everyone, so sorry for the first stream pickup. I hope that the mic's better now, and it took me so long I had to restart my laptop to see if this was working instead, and I hope it does. Just let me know if the mic is better. I'm hearing it now and it seems better, so let's just, as it's in the title, it is part 2, so let's continue on again. And before we start though, let me just tweet out that I have a new stream to start on from the first stream. I hope the audio is better, because I forgot to even put on the desktop audio for you guys to hear the music properly. Starting again. First stream had a hiccup. Get back to playing. Get back to revenge. Yippee. Yippee. There we go. I sent out the new tweet. Okie dokie. Well, I need to do some alterations to the tweet. I forgot to put in something else. So sorry guys, actually like a really boring start to the stream. I'm sorry, we'll start reading and playing really soon. Okay, sent the tweet out now properly. Okay, let's get started again. Alright, let's continue from where we left off. I just want to know, does from the last 3 options that we had, you eyed the man. Well, actually, for a recap for people who missed the first error stream, right now we met this guy. This is Cove's dad, and he is paying us $20 to be friends with his child. And we do not know who he is. He's new to the neighborhood, and he's sitting out the front of the curb of our house that we are trying to get back into. But the first option is you either man, you kind of felt sorry for Cove, or did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? I'm between these two, but I do feel sorry for Cove more than anything. Do people really get their parents to pay for friendship? No, but I felt sorry for Cove. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What'd you say? What'd you say? Let's make a deal? You took the bill. No, you didn't want the money. You ran away. I'm sorry, the thought of me running away is so funny in my head. In my opinion. Okay. I want to load because I might want to go back. Sorry, pick this instead, because for the funny ha-has, but my reaction would be you didn't want the money. But this is part of me that wants to know what happens if I run away. I'll do it when I finish. I'll go back and see what will happen. No, thank you. Sorry. He inflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
It won't be so bad, even if it's just for the summer. That'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy was going to fly, he tucked the bill into a back pocket, changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable with Hay and I coming by for a little visit? No money involved. Yeah? Yeah. I want to meet him. Okay. You can do that, I guess. You'd have to ask my moms. You didn't answer them that. Yeah, I want to meet him. I should probably ask my moms, but oh, yeah, I want to meet him. I'll probably tell them later. His smile got bigger again, his eyes crinkled at the sides. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. You don't know where your child is? Sir, hello? He laughed when he said that. With the way his face looked, he thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can't you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Sure thing. I can try. Okay. Okay. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. But you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head. Paused before doing so, then pulls his hand away and said, your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and... That's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Richelle. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. He decided to check the hills behind your house. Step 1. First sight. Chirping of crickets in the top. Oh, this is such a pretty area. Oh my gosh, just imagine standing here with the ocean. I love the ocean, by the way. I love, like, water in general. One of my favorite elements. Just imagine standing here and just feeling like the night air sea breeze blowing with these beautiful, like, white flowers. This is just such a scenic view. Oh my gosh, I love this. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You've always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk, about sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. Okay, I'm gonna go on a side tangent about this. I do think there are other creatures under the ocean. Why? Because we haven't even explored the entire ocean. Now, am I saying I might believe in mermaids? I feel like it's not... Out of all, like, the creatures or monsters that exist, I don't think mermaids are the most far off because of just evolutionary reasons. It could happen. I mean, what was it? Fish used to have hands? Was it fish or lizards or snakes? I think it was snakes that used to have like hands. Like, things could happen. Evolution, mermaids could definitely exist. And again, we haven't discovered the entirety of the ocean. We don't know what's laying deep in dark surfaces of the ocean floor that we can't go to because of the surface pressure. But I don't think it's completely far-fetched to say, you know. But I don't really read a lot about merfolk and sea serpents though. Like, all my mermaid media and merfolk media is from, like, fantasy, or, like, Aquamarine the movie, or Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 1 and 2. She's the queen of the wet. oaths. No one's gonna take away her crown. But you didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which was absolutely. I like the beach, but the sand is an issue. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. Sometimes Lizzie would join you, the two of you splashing each other in the waves. Those were the best days. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Again, it's just a beautiful view. Oh gosh, the CG moves as well. Whoever did the art for the game, by the way, claps to you, props to you. Like, everyone who works in this game is just already doing such a good job. Like, the options, and like the scenes, and the art, and the character designs and personalities. Also the writing. Just props to the entire Devs games. And dev team and everyone at GBPatch games. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers around him. I feel like I know what these flowers are, but I can't put my finger on it. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. There's the pink cast and the red glasses. It didn't mention the green hair, but you know, that's fine. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention. He hadn't noticed it yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like he found a deer in a while. The deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows. I know it's wavy eyebrows, but it's fine. Huge glasses, pink cast, sad frowns. When this note pointed, you wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, he took a step forward, then again, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. He stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him, and showed you weren't scary, like a deer. Hi. Hey, Space Cadet. Are you lost? This is so sassy. When I probably go for my second run, I'll probably do all the options that I wish I could. Are you lost? Alright, are you lost? Hey, Space Cadet, or hi? I'll say hi. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. Oh, is he about to cry? Wait, no! He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He had been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaked in the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You've obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide, he said at you. How did you know that? I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. I'm omniscient. Or was it? Omniscient? Omnibenevolent? Omnipotent? That's all-powerful. That's a loving, all-knowing. Yeah. Lucky guess. Should I say I'll be honest. Well, actually, I want to do this. I'm all-knowing. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were. Oh. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. Yep. You can't own a hill. You shook your head. You can't own a hill. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a hill back home. Well, this still isn't mine. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad. The odd dad. You sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered his hill rocks back and his hill really made him claim this hill. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocks back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. Gosh, the imagery writing. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Why did your family move? I'm gonna ask both. Why is your family? Why did your family move? Why are you here? Why'd your family move? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they've never stopped, his tears started up again with vengeance. Don't cry. My parents. They didn't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry. Your dad seems kinda nice. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Stop crying. Wow. Sorry to be kind of an a-hole. That was kind of mean. That was kind of mean. I'm sorry, your desk is kind of nice. I like it here. You just have to get used to it. He slips his hands underneath his glasses and presses his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. Sunset Burg was a nice place to live. It had a beach, playgrounds, a good school. At least you thought so. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Richelle!
No?
Oh. Kids, where did you go? I should give you guys accents. Should I? Give them all accents. You're kind of blending now. I can't even do accents that good. My voice acting's a bit okay, guys. Cove looks at you, tears still coming to his cheeks. Did I up the music? Wait, Alright, look at the signs. Don't tell them they're here.
I wanna go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. No, you have to go. You don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. Don't tell them that. You're being too optimistic for me. You can handle it. That's me. You have to go. He does have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. You have to go, Cove. Even if it isn't fair, he's your dad. You stood up, dusting your pants off. If he says you gotta go home, you gotta. Sorry. Slowly Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove! Can you hear me? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. You called out yourself. You waited silently with him. You tried to convince him. I will wait silently with him. Is the music kind of loud, guys? Like big? Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you'd answer, you heard his Cove sound even closer than before. There you are, bud! The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Both of your mouths were at your side in a split second. Faces filled with worry. Sorry, stretching my back. Posture check. I'm trying to figure out the volume levels right now as well. Is this good? Yeah, this is fine. We've all been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier. We all had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. The plane might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everyone acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out there? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. He shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. Imagine him just like, I'm gonna marry him. Okay, I know I said okay. I'm not gonna be as hard strong, but I just want to know what his response would be if I said I think I'm gonna marry. I'll save, and then I'll come back to this option again. Sorry, I was having to mute for a second because I was going to start yawning. But I will just say yes, I like him, and then we'll see the other options a different time. He nodded, smiling slightly. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know. I didn't read that really good. I really don't know what this neighborhood, I think is what it said. Good thing Richelle knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
Bye. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink castle till it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure. I can show him my stuff. It sounds like words. You nodded, ducking your head down. Sure, I can show you my stuff.
Of course.
Then okay. Both of your thumbs laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps, choosing your feelings for Cove. Oh, this is what I look like, by the way, in the customization section that was also in the first stream of our live beginnings and always. My feelings for Cove comfort, direct. Well, it also explains what these two sections are, but for like an overview, the comfort section is basically how I feel, like feelings-wise towards Cove. Well, not how I feel, but how I interact with Cove, with the options of like, am I very direct with Cove? Am I very relaxed around Cove? Or am I nervous around Cove? And then the interest section is basically, as you can see, basically what stages of interest I have towards Cove and our relationship. Am I indifferent to him? Am I fond of Cove? Do I develop a crush on Cove? Or do I already have a crush on Cove? And then the love stage is locked right now because it can only be unlocked in steps 4 when we get into adulthood. There are 4 steps of adolescence, childhood, young adulthood, and then adulthood. We're in step 1 and we're doing adolescence, by the way. So I'll say should I say indifferent? I mean, I would say fond. I'll say fond. I would say indifferent because I don't know a lot about Cove, but I do like, he does seem like sweet. And with the crying, it does make me like care about him on like some base level. So I wouldn't say I would be indifferent to him, but I definitely feel like I'll develop a crush around like step 2 or step 3. But yeah, I'll say for now, I'll say relax, direct, relaxed, nervous, crush, indifferent, fond. I'll say relax. I wouldn't say I would be direct, but I'm not saying I'm nervous around Cove. Begin step 1 at relaxed fondness. You won't be able to change it until step 2. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie has run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Again, the character design, so good. My moms are so pretty. Excited to see your new friend again, Richelle? Wait, who's talking? Wait, who's who? Oh, wait, are you mom and your mommy, or are you mommy and your mom? Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay, your mommy and your mom. You get the higher pitched voice. You get the solo place. I'm so happy you moved in.
Okay.
That said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah. I don't know. Am I? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. I would say, when it comes to breakfast, I don't really eat breakfast, but if I do, I don't eat all of it. Because I don't know, in the morning, I don't know if my stomach is like ready to process that. I don't know if I'm mentally or like physically processed, like ready to process food in the morning. So I was saying, I don't know, am I? Wait, no. I picked the wrong option. I'll do this again. I'm so sorry, guys. And I know I said I'll take it, but like it came out wrong. I guess like
That's fine. Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster, he looks at your empty cereal bowl, then at your own.
Okay.
Okay, attitude. Sorry. Your mommy, your mom. Okay, attitude kid. We see. Good job. Good job. You should be here soon. Clean up began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. still loud though. You need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Richelle, can you get it? Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. There goes Dad. Hey, Go. I love that he's still Cove's dad. I have no idea what your name is yet. Hey, Moon Family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looks different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. Wow, me. With his dad standing in front of him, and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. You twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the crystal bead on your wrist. You twisted the flower bead bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the shell bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the crystal bead bracelet on your wrist. Shell, flower, crystal. I stuck between these three, like 1, 2, and 3, because let me think what the younger me will find. My name's Richelle, so I did occasionally get the nickname of like Shell or Shelly, specifically like the spiral shell that you regularly see used as like an example of the Fibonacci sequence. But I also had threaded bracelets. I had a lot in like primary school. But I also like crystals. But I think it's between these two. I get the shell bracelet on my wrist. Let's go play in my room.
Okay. Take care.
He sounds like he doesn't want to be here. Oh, poor Go. I mean, he did literally say to me he did not want to be here, and what was it? Bird. Something bird? Where do we live again? Bird Ranch? Let us know if you need anything, Q2. Let us know if you need anything, Q2. Let us know if you need anything, Q2. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. Ooh, what is this in my room? Oh, that's so cute. I don't know what it is. It kind of looks like a capybara sheep thing. It's cute though. I like it. I read? Wow. I say that if I don't read. I do read now. It's just changed to fanfiction. But I also have in my room a book about anthropology. And I also have a big, like, navy blue and golden, like, encrusted book of all of Jane Austen's stories. So yes, I think I do have Pride and Prejudice in there. I haven't opened it yet because I haven't had time to read, but I would love to. But you know, I was like, what is this? It's honestly like really cute in my opinion. Look at all my paintings as well in the background. I have a big cupboard as well. A big nice cupboard. Also, I love having... Am I in the attic or that's in a really tall house? We live in a nice house because I've always wanted like those sunbed? I don't know what it's called, but like you have this like furniture near the window where the sun comes through and you just absorb light. But anyway, you led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, no windowsill account. Oh, this is my bed. A bed with the sun going in my face. That's really, really cool. Sorry, I went on Twitter because I got a notification from about Nick's Voltaire, and he just said still watching Seth Korea Nygrads videos in 2025. Again, someone said, like, still, what do you mean? I've been watching Sapphire for, like, a long time now. Hello? Sapphire's been great. Like, literally amazing. Like, even when I completely forget that, like, she was on BuzzFeed, and it always just, like, when people bring, oh yeah, like, Sapphire's on BuzzFeed, yeah. But, what? Now, back to the stream. Sorry for that, like, off the handle. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. He leaned, did I click this? I like this. I like this. Me too. I drew that. Thank you. I don't. Wow, Wowny. Have some confidence in yourself. Me too. Thank you. You're welcome. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art. You glad? And you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on the desk and the pictures on the wall. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. You hoped he liked your room. He had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things he collected. This, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it, before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach?
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah. See? He gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or be like Silo. He actually meant it. Who's Silo? Who, you might be asking. I think I remember Silo. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Silo's gonna be here today. Silo? Lizzie's friend. Or, like, her #1 fan, I guess. Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine. But, you know. Come on, check out my shell some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that had washed ashore. And he pulled out seashell after seashell. Especially, you can hear my list so bad right now, explaining where you've gone in each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past 3 years, you even learned some of their specific scientific name. The collection was so huge and varied that you lost funny stories to tell for all of them. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going as fast as you could. This one. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Apparently, fascinated, either by stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab when searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Which one? Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell a difference was making him unhappy. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you so much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been liking this. Cove hadn't been liking this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you've both been escorted downstairs and deposited into the living room, ready for Silo's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I bought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great. Okay, be careful. You should have asked. Great. Okay, be careful. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone else with your treasures yet, so you stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken loud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. That's my favorite too. I like a different one best. I can show it to you. You can take it. Cove seemed surprised, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure. You like it a lot, right? But I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression you were hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You insisted. No, it's okay for you. You pushed your shell against Cove's chest, wanting him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his side. It was a battle he couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now, maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, he figured it was probably Silo. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? He nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. You'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room. His eyes wide and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Silo's the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Silo's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. I'm stuck between these two because they're so funny. I'm just like, hey, you don't want to go? Then I'll go with you. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Alright, I'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast. You knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, but neither were you. At that speed, you weren't sure if you could go fast enough to reach him. He was fast, but I knew I could outrun him. I'm very fast, especially when I was younger before, like, I had my knee injury, because my knee injury still affects me till this day. But I could run I still feel like I can run pretty fast, in my opinion. You ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere else. I just don't want to see. Richelle! I don't know what voice I'm gonna give Silo. He looked back and saw Silo hopping down the hill after you. The backpack he clutched bouncing. Oh, Freckles, Silo? Bouncing all the way along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? What are you doing? Can I come? I don't know what voice I give Silo. I'm so sorry. He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind.
Hi.
Yeah, it's Freckles, Silo. Okay. Hi. Oh, hi. Are you Cove? Okay, go ahead. Oh my gosh, Cove. I'm Silo. Okay. Yeah? Are we going back? Or are we gonna play outside? Silo's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. He got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you had been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. Right, my shells and stuff. You have to make sure they're okay. With Silo trailing behind, you and Cove headed back to the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out the scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kinda like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is it? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are so cool. Those are all cool. I like those colors too. There are better colors. Not sure how to do these. Suddenly more awkward silence. You look back at your shelves. There are better colors. Says you. You poked your tongue out at Cove, trying not to laugh, and he did the same in retaliation. Like usual, it did take long for Silo to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Silo didn't seem to know what to do with himself. Then why did he come to the house then? Oh, he probably thought, fine. He probably thought Lizzie was at the house. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Although he's a kid. I don't know why I'm beefing with this kid. But I'm only saying this to him, like, if he knew I know, and he probably knows he gets uncomfortable with Lizzie's in there, then why did he come to the house? Especially if he has to be aware on, like, some level that, like, Lizzie isn't there. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aww. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach. Probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I wanna go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Silo jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Richelle? The park is fun. I love it. The park is pretty, Gary. No. I love the park. Yeah. I love the swings in the park specifically. Yeah. It's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do. And lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. I love the swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Silo finally turned to you. Okay, He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was short. It was so short, she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she... Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Richelle! Silo! I don't know what voice to give Lizzie. There's too many people. My voice is like Richelle, Lizzie. Richelle, Lizzie, maybe a bit bitey. Richelle, Liz, Richelle, Sila. Should I make her a Valier? Richelle, like, oh my gosh, Richelle, Sila. Okay. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Silo had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her side. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
Oh. Hi. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Everybody ever comes to play here. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that others wouldn't overhear. I thought kids can't own places like parks or hills. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warmest hand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Richelle's age.
Yeah.
Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? What was in my voice? There aren't any. We're the only kids here. Silo is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies to try and steal your youth.
Oh.
For a split second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads? Or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're going to upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. Only some of them don't like kids. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. It went into his own head. Silo was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Richelle in school. You'll see tons of kids there once the summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Silo looked down to the dirt. He hadn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. At least he's trying. I appreciate that about Cove. At least he is trying. I like summer vacation a lot, too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Silo's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was at something else entirely. He didn't know. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird. Welcome to Sunset Bird, Cove. Take a seat, pick your feet up, and get used to it. This poor boy. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Sila, and on Sundays, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. During the first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. So we're finally playing the no, that was just the prologue. I'm so sorry it took so long, guys. I get so distracted so easily. But because I haven't bought the DLC, I can't play the bottom row, which is library, ghost, barbecue, runaway, and sleepover. But I can play the top section, which is still a lot, in my opinion, and you can still get CGs in the top row. But if you are interested, you can buy the DLC that was stated in the first stream at GBPatch Games for this game specifically for Our Life Beginnings and Always, as well get the free voiced names pack of people who put in their names before. Bearing in mind your name might not be there, and it is a large file, but if you do think your name will be there, or you think it's a common name, then I do think it's worth it to download to hear the love interest and the voice lead say your name, because that must feel really nice, because I get how it feels when like a game, especially like a visual novel or like a dating sim, just like says your name and the love interest or the route you're interested in, and how like makes you flustered and like makes your heart race. You know what I mean? But let's start with step 1, shopping. Come back. Oh gosh, I forgot what Coast that sounds like. Come back before it gets dark, alright, Swart? Kind of Cove-esque, similar. The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you was watching a snail? From the snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handled as few slips of green paper. Money. Money, money, money. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden. I was gonna say, when am I gonna tell Cove that his dad tried to make me be his friend by trying to sell it to me? Although he probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, and then his dad. Richelle, hi.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Richelle? Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After he finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun, you know. Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. I mean, sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? I'm gonna give him a bit of a Salvadorian accent. He gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores so that you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind. Great. I'm sure you guys will get loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. He found it odd, since your moms only ever seem to have cards in their hands. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, gave him a wink and a whisper. Get some for your friend. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. He followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Sorry, I had to mute again because my nose is so dry and stuffy. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and he fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming of the ocean kept it from being too hot. He took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When he looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and he slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? What is it? He didn't really need to ask, right? What is it? Nothing. He kept staring down at the ground, though. You bit down on your lip a little, wanting to say something else, but not knowing what. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. I actually used to do this when I was younger. Like, just like try the edge. I used to do that like not like walking, not like a bouncing where I used to do it on like walls, you know, just helping like trying to balance. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. And although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. You didn't either. What did you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do on the beach? Lots of things. I like bodyboarding and volleyball and surfing and everything and stuff. The idea of standing on a big board while the waves propelled you towards shore was mystifying. Am I allowed to surf? It looks too hard. Not once you get the hang of it. I could show you sometime. But I'm also not supposed to surf right now because I have this. He lifted one arm, showing off the glaring pink cast wrapped around his wrist. Yeah, that's sad for him. Cove still smiled though. He thought his nonchalant attitude towards the injury was pretty brave. I also like collecting stuff that's on the shore. Shells, sand dollars. I found a shark tooth once. You did? Cove stretched out his forefinger and thumb. It was this long. That was somehow both scary and delightful. No way. I mean it. I still have it under my bed. You've had to remember to ask him to show it to you sometime.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. I like swimming. I just like looking at fish. I like to build sandcastles, nothing. I like swimming. Cove's lips curled up in a small smile. Me too. It occurred to you that you haven't been swimming for a while. There was just so much to do before school started again, and so little time. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer, the calls of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air walking beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Sorry, I'm trying to charge the laptop, guys. It was nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you. There was a bounce in your step as you began looking at the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you heard a seal of the commotion spout. Amazing Alexander! Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, The Amazing Alexander, in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? Ah! Can I go back? No? Maybe you could stay and watch. Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly tilted his arms up off his sides before returning them to their place. He grinned, waving for him to follow you as he raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showed it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Nothing? Tell me! You backed away. You backed away. That was enough to deter him, and the crowd of people gathered behind you made it impossible to move any further. You smelled like popcorn and candy when you stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. He felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 diamonds out from behind your ear. You knew it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them, tied down to his table, but were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one of your friend too? Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you're really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card. Any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove is just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wonder if Cove's whole family was magic. At least you had fun. You saw a magic trick, and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it a worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed that to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, you picked up a magic 8-ball, you walked past the toys. I'll get the kaleidoscope. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to the outer half so you could bring the mysterious tunnels to your eye. And a whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as he twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning? Careful of his own floating balloon, and Did you have places like this in your old town? Sorry, again, very stuffy in my room. It was a cold air still. My nose is like, it's not blocked because I'm not sick, but I don't know. Do you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. You said nothing. You stood in silence for a few moments waiting for Cove to do something. When he finally moved towards some stall to move by, he followed behind him. Ooh, cute! I want the dolphin. Wait, the sharks are cute too, though. The crabs are kind of funny and looking like the eyes. I want the dolphin. Or maybe the shark. Yeah. While Cove looked at the sand tiles, he returned to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade," standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. You picked the shark. The crab's kind of funny though. I pick a crab because my zodiac is Cancer, I guess. I pick the crab. He sat on the crab, and the eyes were really funny. Claws raised and a tiny smile on its face. It had big eyes and little legs, and the fabric was smooth when you picked it up. You had seen a few crabs at the beach before, though they usually scuttled away before you got the chance to look at them closely. You liked the idea of having a crab all of your own, even if it wasn't just a soft animal. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6? You didn't know much about money, but you felt that was a lot to spend on one thing. You really had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? It's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. Really? Really? Are you sure? Hooray! You didn't have to. I don't want you to get it from me. Wow. No, I'm stuck between are you sure and or you don't have to. So that is what I would say. guys, I will be right back. Just give me a moment, please. Sorry guys for being away for so long. I just had to sort out something. But even though I said before, like, I was going to do this step 1 and step 2 today, I think I'll actually only do step 1 because my sinus is just really acting up right now and I can't seem to sort it out. I hope you guys can at least like forgive me and be aware, but I'll definitely pick this up. I'm not going to drop this, and I'll probably make this a series on my channel. I'll probably do a part for each step if I can, all depending on how I feel. But are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. He smiled, pleased to have things to work out. It was nice of Cove staff to let Cove buy you something for you to. No! I fat fingered on the mouse pad. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side. Your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling into the air. You watched Cove hold up his nail, pale to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey Cove. Yeah? Your dad gives out money a lot, huh? I really like this keychain. Never mind. I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looks further down the street. The different food carts were lined up. He rested his long cast arm over his shoulder, and just as he did yours, let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast. After all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you. Your stomach growled even louder. After passing hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got one cheese with sprinkles with chocolate. Can't say it. Ooh, a cinnamony pretzel. I get the same. You licked your lips hungry as the vendor handed your pretzels over, ready to take a bite. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. A little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are all gonna make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere when it gets sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it into a delicate bow around his wrist. Oh. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot after watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached. He smiled, satisfied. Cove bounced his arm. Yep. Can't just. Blah. I thought it was the same thing. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers in one hand and a string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands suffering to add a while easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the treat to taste it on your tongue, with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring. Not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the balloon in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came to your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. My name is Merryweather. Merryweather? Like the dog. If you don't know, Merryweather is a dog VTuber as well. As I was like, Merryweather? He's the prince of dolphins. Funny enough, isn't Mary also like a prince dog? Like, mine's name is Splash. They star in movies. Aquamarine. Mine's name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Mine's name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. My name is Merryweather, and he is the prince of dolphins. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all his friends are merfolk. Every now and then, he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered his question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. No! Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw his tears start to glisten. Richelle, it's... You made a joke. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You didn't say anything, you and me, right? You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head, even though it wasn't your fault. He felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in his hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset filling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. And it was fun except for that final note. Grown up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sound of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie, to play amongst us. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outside anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why? Duh.
I said why. And it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
Richelle, what do you think? Do you want to? Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. I want to. I bet we could come up with something else. But That's what I'm going to do. And it's not as fun when I play pretend adults by myself. Do you do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seemed Cove felt like he could understand where she was coming from. And he sighed. Do you really not want to play, Richelle? It was clear he wanted some way out, but still felt guilty about it. I'll try, but that sounds boring. Okay, I'll stay. Sorry, I have other stuff to do. He kept hesitating. Okay, I'll stay. I hope this is as fun as you were promising it, Billy. Lizzie looked at you deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I had all week. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled something about asking either of you.
Okay.
I'm going to be a professional golfer. Richelle, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there are other kinds of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Richelle? Don't these choices sound cool? You want to be that, huh? I kinda like those. It really doesn't. Sounds like a blast. Isn't there anything else we can be? You nodded. Maybe not. Maybe not. Lizzie turned the skull she started practicing just for Cove towards you. Practically radiating frustration, you shrank back down. You'd already said you were gonna play, so you knew you might as well pick one. Cove was unimpressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. He got over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play beach volleyball, gymnastics, tennis. I'm gonna pick gymnastics because when I was younger I actually did do gymnastics. Even though I played tennis as well and I was really good at it, but I got into that when I was more like... Actually no, I was like around this age. I was like 10, 9. I got into tennis. I did do gymnastics, like actually did gymnastics, so tennis, gymnastics, it's not you. Gymnastics, I guess. If you couldn't spend the afternoon doing cartwheels and handstands in the backyard, then you might as well practice them inside. There wouldn't be as much space as there was outside, but you could still try. Yes, that was clearly the top option. Okay, I'm gonna be a gymnast.
Alright!
How about you, Cove? I picked volleyball. I picked volleyball. I should have known. Okay, so Richelle, you're a famous gymnast, and Cove, you're on a popular beach volleyball team. And Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. We're Olympic athletes who just completed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific.
Rude.
That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals, and people are calling me the next meteorite. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you don't know who she is. It's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Cove, your team was bronze, and Richelle, you barely missed out on a gold and got silver. It's more real who not all first place. Silver sucks. I want silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we can do better than silver. Silver's not bad. Nice. He stayed silent. We can do better than silver. He pouted at Lizzie, unhappy with the decision. Richelle's right.
Sorry.
Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Then You're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way! It wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So, what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him, apparently, because he looked back at Lucy with some kind of anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lucy made a face at him, poking her tongue out. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal houses here over the street. On it. Right on the sand, by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretending we can't imagine anything?
Jeez!
Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here, and far away from you. One with an indoor pool, and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your ideas were more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling at her sides. It is not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand this time, you fought. You'd prefer a mansion, being on the beach was cooler, you wanted to agree with Lizzie, Cove was right, you were tired of deciding between either of them. The mansion's cool, the beach is cool too. They're both cool. You don't have to fight, guys. Stop the violence! In the words of Britney Spears. What would I pick? Cove was right. You want to take your Lizzie for a mansion, being on the beach was cooler. I mean, I agree with Cove on the fact of, like, Lizzie shouldn't gatekeep about what can and can't be imagined for a place to live. I hope that's what they meant by this, in my opinion. I'll see what the response is, and if it isn't what I'm thinking of, like, saying Cove's right in the terms of, like, Lizzie is wrong to, like, say what can and cannot be imagined, and I'll go, I'm tired of deciding between either of them. Cove's idea is good. You shouldn't say yours. Yes, okay, it is correct. Cove's idea is good. You shouldn't say yours is the only right one. That's what I meant. No, wow. No one asked for your opinion. He smiled slightly over the agreement and turned to Lizzie with bolstered confidence. You can swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scolded at each other. You're being so unreasonable. You... I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You have no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie? Richelle? It's time to get ready to go. Should I make you more British? Should I make it 7? Lizzie, Richelle, it's time to get ready to go. Lizzie, Richelle, it's time to get ready to go. Shoemaker 7. Z. Richelle Rouge. Yeehaw! Texas, Tennessee, Houston. Lizzie Richelle sounding ready to go.
You alright with that?
Never mind. You're alright with that? Sorry. No, I'm also being sorry. You have to leave already, Cove. Her mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But...
Bye.
Richelle. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with her friend, weren't you? He told the truth. We were playing pretend, and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw drops, looking betrayed as Mom put both her hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was...
That's enough.
No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. He caught pieces of Lizzie talking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Oh, right. We better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. Nalani, where did you leave the keys? Mom hustles you all out the door, and you notice during the car ride to the golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say anything. Your parents knew she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you like to listen to. You picked your favorite song. It was always the car ride. It always made the car ride more fun. You chose the soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. You picked your favorite song. It was your favorite one. You chose the soundtrack to a movie. What Lizzie always picks? I know it's cheer her up. Like. Eventually, Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. She acted like she was growing up most of the time, but you knew she liked the movie too. Oh, this is a nice place. Fancy. The umbrellas and the chairs. This is really beautiful. Where do we live? Can I live there? Is the rent good? When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it, so you sat with your moms to try to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. It seemed more pretty at night too. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant, and you had all been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting you hadn't been able to stop. You could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio proving escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, and the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wriggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So?
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move into the kitchen. Mom went out over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder, and they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. You didn't regret it. You felt a little guilty like you betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. It was her fault for doing it in the first place. I didn't regret it. Because the thing is, like, I didn't want to lie. Because even though I would be quote-unquote backing my sister, I wouldn't be backing Cove in a way. He's also my friend. And so also just a fact of, like, personally for me just doing what was right. Of, like, Lizzie was being a bit obnoxious. Not saying, like, Cove didn't also help the situation either, but Lizzie was very much so instigating it. You know what I mean? You didn't regret it. It was her fault for doing it in the first place. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. You felt a little guilty, like you betrayed your sister. You didn't regret it. It was her fault for doing it in the first place. And then doing it, you had to. I didn't regret it. You frowned to yourself, recalling how Cove had lived in such a bad way. Hopefully, time and Lizzie's pending apology would raise the spirits to smooth things over between them. The four of you stood around the kitchen in the lopsided square. All eyes on where Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward as she began to dial. Bring, 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 bring. Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times, and stops which the Holder's warm voice came through the other end. Evening. Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden? It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie Moon? What a surprise. But of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, but definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You felt hard and you were sure that your sister never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden and Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. No, honey, Richelle and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You spoke up to say hello to him. You said nothing to Cove said. You spoke up. Hi, Miss Sullivan. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Molly was quick to reassure him. No. Well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it seemed like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gotten far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove? There's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
Richelle's on the other end listening too. So you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth. The conversation seemed one-sided since he couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too because he sighed quietly. Me and Richelle should get gold too. That's right. Lizzie kept denying you too what you deserve. I paused for a second because I was so confused. I was like, what? But I was like, oh yeah, the medals. Yeah. Lizzie had kept denying you too what you deserved. Lizzie was momentarily stunned silent by the demand. She probably forgot that that had even happened already. Alright. We all win the gold. Okay. I guess I'm sorry too. As a relief washed over Rena's senses of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised. You wondered if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Richelle. He put out the metro her name. He smiled even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handled the phone to his hand and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged at Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a bright smile as Lizzie nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seems to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mommy and Mom returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what happened. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that, though, of that fault, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. We have 3 left, and then we're done. For today. Long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished 1 cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Silo. This didn't happen much, especially since Code had arrived. About listening around, Silo said to you for all the answers. It made you feel... pleased, frustrated, nothing really. Nothing really. Silo went along with whatever he wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. You drained to get another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like a popsicle, an ice cream cone, an ice cream sandwich. Ooh. I do like popsicles, but I also like ice poles. That we call them in the UK. We call popsicles ice poles. But I do like ice cream cones. Would they eat more when I was younger? A popsicle. Not something fruity and brightly colored. There was something like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look, your mom said to keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops that demanded payment in exchange for their products. Yes, that is how exchange and purchasing goes, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on who you are. You sighed. You voiced your predicament aloud. You asked Silo for help. You sighed. As much as you really wanted that treat, and what's it going to happen? Oh gosh, Silo. You're so high. My throat, please. What's wrong? What's wrong? I want a popsicle. Silo, who had been draped over the sofa, perched up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. You don't have any here, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Silo rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. You set the button aside and continued the coins, you set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, you announced this to Silo. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's not enough. It's a start. Silo beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross: bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often, one of you would strike silver and bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from— I used to do this as well as a kid, because for some reason there was always coins just that used to slip through the cracks of the couch, and I knew this so often that I would always every once in a while search through the couch cushions and rummage around there to find coins, and tot them up over time of 20p's or 50p's or 10p's or 5p's to then use to buy pence sweets. Sometimes it was 10 pence or 5 pence, little Hubba Bubbas, or I don't know what the sweet's called, but it's a bowl candy with green, reds, and blue on it, and it's striped and it's white, and you suck on it. It's a bit gobstopperish, but not really, because it's not multiple layers. But yeah. Dusting the shovel and checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Sarah held his breath as he counted the coins again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. He didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it down. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow cancelled out any other feelings you might have had about it. Yeah. You can now afford something at the shops, just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Silo clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you onto your destination, where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelmingly number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting a popsicle? Seth asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Sorry, that was not the way I was saying it. Do you mind? Seth cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you really sure it's okay? You just get something you both wanted. Anyway, it wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he'd been the main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which is your favorite? It's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Silo would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. When I first saw this as well, with Silo having very clear signs and issues of picking or having autonomy of his own decisions, because he seems to be a very high follower with following Lizzie, and if Lizzie's not around, he follows the next best thing, which would be me. And I'm just it was very concerning of Silo needs like agency or needs to be allowed to make decisions more, because as you can see, it's already like coming out as like very one-trick minded of like, I'll just do what you say, I'll just do what you want, and I'm like, that's really bad. Like, you need your own thoughts and opinions and wants, Silo, and I do feel bad for him in that sense. And I just wonder, like, how did he get to this point, you know? But, yeah. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the fruity popsicle you bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly, and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Silo so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
You didn't want any? You can finish it. You can finish it. I was like, yeah. You didn't want any? After everything you did to help get it? That was weird. He write me. But no, you tried to include Silo. You tried to include Silo. Even if Silo said it was okay, every story you've ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. That's more fair. You have it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it. So, eat your part. Relenting, Silo took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
It's really good. Thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean right? Like, did he actually mean that? Silo was always nice, no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. It's just like, oh, Silo, what is going on? Like, you're like too positive and too much of like a follower, and I'm like, oof. Maybe he thought it was gross, and that was the real reason why he didn't want to take some. He had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Silo didn't know how to say what he felt was too afraid to. Gosh. You figured that was his problem. Nope. Are you scared of me? You thought that was kind of, yep. Are we friends? Ooh. I'm gonna overwrite this save because there's so many things I want to ask Silo. Are we friends? You thought that was kind of sad. Both of these are true. I don't think Silo's scared of me. I just think how he grew up, or maybe the friends he had, makes him feel like he can't be honest or true to himself, and I'm just like, I can unfortunately relate to that on some level, and I just feel like so bad for Silo if that's the case, you know what I mean? Are we friends? You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? Silo opened his eyes wide, seemingly qualified by the blank question. Yeah, I think so. He says that, but friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Silo doesn't do that, were you really ever friends at all? Nor say you're
I'm
not.
sorry.
Oh, we're not sure how sorry he can be without knowing what he's even apologizing for, but you shook your head. You didn't do anything. It was true, Silo hadn't done something mean. He got out his ways to make you happy. That doesn't seem like it should be a bad thing. Yet it bothered you. I just don't know if you like me. It's like it doesn't matter what I do. You're gonna act the same. I can be anybody and you wouldn't care. No, I like you. I really, really like you, Richelle. I want to be friends. Okay. You smiled hesitantly at him, and his questioning ceased, even though you weren't sure if you believed him. This was only making things worse. You decided that maybe they were all types of friends. As I was able to do things differently, this would have to be alright. Yeah. Let me see. What did you felt this was kind of sad? Not being able to talk to people isn't fun, and you didn't want to be the kind of person people are scared to tell their honest opinions to. This fits me more better. Because the other felt like, in my opinion, the other actually felt a little bit accusatory, which I didn't really like, of like, oh, we're friends, so you have to speak to me about everything. But it's like, yeah, it would be nice as friends. Like, having friends should be like a nice time where you are able to speak with others about if you are having any issues, and if you can't talk to your family about it, or if it derives from your family, then you can maybe talk to your friends about it, because you should be allowed to, and should have the open space to talk to other people about your issues. But again, if you wish to, and if you don't, then it doesn't make you any less of a friend, in my opinion. You just have to be patient. But if there are like very like glaring warning signs and issues, then that you feel like, yeah, someone needs to step in, and as your friend you just want to help them, then yeah, you have to step in and sometimes crush people's boundaries to hopefully help them and not make the situation worse. But you have to think about all sides of things, because sometimes interfering can make the situation worse, but also sometimes not interfering can unfortunately lead to a very sad end. And it's like, holding friendships, and even more so maintaining friendships and from with people who might have not the same predicament as you, or might be in a difficult situation, or has external issues or internal issues. It's hard, but you just have to be there for them at the end of the day. You shouldn't press onto them super hard, if you know what I mean. Yeah. You consider asking Silo about it, but if he couldn't give up an opinion on something like ice cream, then he wasn't going to open up about this. You hoped for the best. Maybe you were wrong, or if you were right, maybe he'd feel better about it soon. Silo made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There have been good times, and there have been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them, just as you saw the tears in Cove's face. You walked straight over, Silo at your heels. Once there, you defended Cove, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble, carefully asked about what happened. What happened? I'm not gonna accuse anyone and be confrontational if I don't know the scope of, like, what's happening. You know what I mean? Well, a time machine, the only way you were gonna find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might not have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even came to Cove's aid, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Richelle, I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Silent knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggles to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. That's their issue, grumpy old people. Like, again, kids can be, like, annoying to some people, but at the end of the day, like, they're just kids. Like, they're meant to not know a lot of things, especially while we're 8. Yeah, like, they're gonna do dumb stuff. They're kids. That is fine. They are supposed to learn. That's the whole point. They're growing up. That's it. And yeah, they can do annoying things, but again, they're just learning. That they have to learn through trial and error. You know what I mean? Because, like, with me, as much as I say, like, yeah, a baby crying on the plane is annoying, and it is, because in my mind, I just want to sleep and have a nice flight, but I also think about the fact of, like, it's a baby. That is, like, the few ways that child knows how to communicate with the outside world, and to that baby, the outside world must be so confusing, because imagine coming out of a very safe, warm place for a long period of time, and then you're in the outside world where everything you look at is new to you, and everything you're hearing is new to you. Like, it would freak you out. Would you not want to cry? but it doesn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do?
No.
I was just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding dong. I used to do this when I was younger too with my sister and her friends. You should ding dong ditch them. Or ding dong dash, depending on how you said it. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow, they'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Lizzie. Lizzie. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Yeah, click, click. You'd rather just avoid them. You felt they deserved worse. I'll do it. I'll do it. Really? You took a deep breath and nodded. Lizzie squealed with delight. We'll go hide. Run as soon as you hit the bell. Good luck. Good luck. Lizzie and Silo ran across the road to take shelter in the bushes. Even once they settled down, you could make out two child-sized shapes staring from between the leaves. You were to look for them, though, so you told yourself that the grouchy old people wouldn't spot it. Cove sighed, his gaze flickering to the house and back to you. Aww, he cares. He cares so much. I'm only doing this, Cove, to be so honest, because I know that he doesn't want to do it, and I don't want to pressure him either. Be careful. I'll be as quick as a flash. He gave the door and you one last look before joining Lizzie and Silo in their hideaway. The weight of 3 pairs of eyes on your back was heavier than anything you carried before as you approached the door. You hesitated as you reached for the doorbell. Then... Ooh! What if I didn't ring it? I know Lizzie would just call me a chicken, but what if I didn't? Your hand hovered over the buzzer. Resting in place, you knew everyone was watching, but you still couldn't bring yourself to close that gap. The door opened, startling you into action. You turned around without looking to see which half of the elderly couple had come to the door. You didn't need to. The mystery quickly solved when the old man began to yell. You know what? F you. I'm gonna ring that doorbell now because you're yelling at me. You rang it. You slapped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Did you make it in time? Probably not. Approaching the hiding spot, you knew that there wasn't time to go around the bushes as the others had done. You took a shortcut, leaping over them. Or, to be more accurate, crashing into the tops of the bushes and then falling over to the other side. Cove quietly hissed at you and wittingly collided into him. But by the way his arms were out, it seemed he had intentionally tried to cushion your landing. Aww. Shh. Lizzie put a finger to her lips and nodded at the door. You disentangled your lens from Cove's and spun around to see the old man framed in the doorway, peering back and forth suspiciously. You covered your mouth with your hands, but it wasn't enough to stifle your giggles. Crouch! Maybe he spotted one of you, or maybe it was the leaves you displaced while jumping, but he locked eyes with the bush and stormed over in your direction. Silo gasped and looked at Lizzie. Run! Your sister did not hesitate to take her own advice, neither did Silo. You got up, but seeing Cove struggling to extract himself and stand up with just the one fully functioning arm, you gave him a hand up before taking off after the others. Good. Help Cove. The old man, hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache in your legs. You fought down, the blaze of grass tickling your face. I'm allergic to grass pollen, so this would maybe outbreak into a rash, and possibly kill me. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already blazing on the ground. The 4 of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove!
Hey, Cove! Cove lifts his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolls his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolls his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie just ignored his response and started chatting to Silo, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be a second fiddle against Silo once Lizzie came around. It always went that way. Even though I'll say what I said before about Silo, it does suck in my perspective of being, as she said, second fiddle to the Lizzie when it comes to Silo. He only wants me when Lizzie isn't there, because he is using me in that aspect, and it's kind of poopy, in the words of Shuyi Amino. Poopy. And it was fine. He still felt a little sad after how much, a little sad, You'd been hoping to see he might have been closer, but you had to let it go. He was happy where he was. There was other things to attend to anyway. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove laughed at you in acknowledgement about the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppies. Thank you, game, for telling me the poppy's name, because I'm obsessed with these flowers. They're so pretty. They look so cute. White linen poppy. California? Are we in California? I just googled it, and it says California poppy white linen flowers. Are we in Cali? That would make sense. We're in Cali, but and the type of poppies on the mom told me. He quirks a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger on the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. What, because the name's Linen? Cove. He nodded and released the delicate plot. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. I didn't know what it was called either, so thank you, me. It's mine too. I like roses. Buttercups are really great. My favorite is snapdragons. Hibiscuses are the best. Peonies are pretty. I like sunflowers. I'd pick tulips. Orchids are the most special. Type your own answer. You can type in your own answers with some really extensive options. I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. I only know what my mom tells me. I like a lot of flowers. I would say all. I have specific type of flowers I like, but there are many. I do like roses. You can call me generic, but I don't just like normal roses, even though I do. I also like pink, I like red, I like blue, even though they don't really exist, and I like Juliet roses. Those are pretty too. Buttercups I also think are really, they're really cute. I do like buttercups. I don't know what snapdragons are, though. Let me Google it again. Snapdragon. Oh, I've seen these before. A lot here in the UK. They're okay. Hibiscuses are pretty. I've really gotten into hibiscus lately. Not even just the flower. I've had hibiscus tea. And as someone who comes from Caribbean, my ethnicity, my ethnic background is the Caribbean, specifically Jamaican. I do think hibiscuses are really pretty, but they're not my favorite. I also like peonies. I do too. I really like peonies. Peonies are rose adjacent to me in my mind. Peonies also really like Juliet rose adjacent, but I do like peonies. And there's different types of peonies as well. I really love tulips though. I don't know why. I don't know, I think they're really pretty. Also the way they stand and was it dark? The dark, I don't know, is it dark forest? peonies or the Queen of the Night tulips. I love them. That was it. They're like really dark purple, like black tulips. I'll make a tweet about it on my Twitter account. Follow me to like see me do random tweets, but yeah, I'm gonna pick tulips. My mom gets them on special days, and they look really nice. She's nice too. Yeah, and you're nice like both of them. Oh, that's so sweet. And you're nice like both of them. Thanks. Another really nice, like, beautifully drawn CG. I love these flowers so much. His forehead. Sorry. He moves onto your back with a small smile and looks at the darkening sky. Back at the clouds reminds me of a thick fur you curled under on cold rainy days. What if the clouds would be as soft? I used to think about this too when I was younger, like if you could touch a cloud. It's probably just air, but I don't know. It basically looks soft, especially when you fly and if you get the window so you can look over and see like the bed of clouds. Like, I don't wonder how soft it would be. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca. I always get alpacas and llamas mixed up. You saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shapes. I think I saw a car. What I used to do, like, label when I was younger when I had the time to, and I did cloud watching. I saw hearts, I saw a car, and I saw a smiley face, and I saw a family, and then I saw like a weird dog thingy. It looked like it was meshed with something else, but I can't remember. And then I saw a dinosaur. Yee. Specifically a bronchosaurus. But, smiley face or a car? Smiley face or a car? I say smiley face, I saw them more often. You saw a smiley face looking down back at you. Nudged over and pointed to it. Look, that's a smiley face. Cove joined in the laughter. It's winking at us. You chuckled at the silly face. All the sun's lights faded from the sky and the moons rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting. Oh yeah, those two were still there. I completely forgot. I thought it was just me and Cove. I forgot about Silo and Lizzie. Lizzie got her to her feet, dusting strands of glass from her bare legs, surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's get away. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Silo was still Silo, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. Which is so funny because when I was a baby, my mom told me this. She was like, when she used to bathe me as a baby, I would like start kicking my legs in the water, even though it was barely high. So I was just basically kicking the tub essentially and like splashing the little amount of water there about. And she would just hold me, because of course she can't just leave me in the tub of water. That would be a really bad idea. But she was like, you used to try and like, it was like we were trying to swim before I even knew what swimming was. And she used to call me her water baby. She still does occasionally too, call me her water baby. I just think that was really sweet though. But he was a child of the sea. You want us to go there, but it's too tight to argue. We're happy to do what the others wanted. I wanted to go there. I love the ocean. So you equally joined the others in ascending the hill down to the ocean. Sandcastle. Was it there before we were walking? I didn't notice. Also, the sky here, beautiful. This is what I wanted to do always. I ran a pool or an infinity pool in the ocean. More like in the pool, because the ocean at night going in it kind of scares me. I don't have like aquaphobia or anything like that, but I don't like going into the ocean if I can't see it's blue underneath, because unfortunately in the UK our seas or beaches, unfortunately the water is very murky and brown and gross. There are some beaches here that aren't brown, that are blue, but you know. But I've always wanted to swim while it's raining. I just think it would be like such aesthetically so cool, and just it would feel awesome. I don't know, like water pouring down you while you're in water. It's how I feel about like wearing everyday clothes and swimming in a pool as well. I know people say like you're wasting such good clothes and all of that, but I think it's kind of cool in my opinion. You stepped into the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication how busy it had been only hours earlier. Before he kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked on the water's edge, the waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. What? Would you do that, Lizzie? Yeah, like that would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez. You don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious, aren't they? I like bubble baths too, but lately I've had more showers than baths. Again, not enough time. Life, you know. You've never heard Lizzie use that word before, luxurious? Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. I do that when I have a bath. I turn the lights off and have candles and have nice scented bubble baths. While I have my phone, sometimes I bring like a little ice cold drink because sometimes I stay in there too long and it becomes a sauna essentially. But hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up? Anyway, not for a while. Wait, not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? That is true, Lizzie. Like, Cove, that was a little bit insensitive, but you weren't thinking, so I'll let that pass. Probably, you're just asking an innocent question. You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Silo never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. I relate to Silo with the best of like. I don't have like. I won't get into it. That's too personal. Maybe later down the line, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Richelle. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just me and my dad.
Sorry.
Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You jokes about Silas' mom getting scared? No. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in it. Yep. Our parents are good in it anyways. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You didn't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as he kicked in your direction. Cold water and sudden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggles, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Silas scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You made a run for it? You retaliated. Used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of steep foam flying back into your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty tea water having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Silo Cove. Alliances were slightly forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game and more. Silo's brief explanation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first into the ground. That could have been bad enough without the wave that followed cascading over his prone body. Silo sat up, shook his head like a dog coming in from the rain. As you all tried over to check on him, his hair was blasted through his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there were any part of him that was still drying, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You dumbo.
Way to go, Silo, you dumbo. You offered him some help. You let him get up, but you offered him some help up. Silo didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy sticking to nose and held her hand out to Silo too. You little... Fine. He reached over and took it, so he started to pull himself from the ground. I tried to help you. Then he steps in the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The wall rolled over them. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Silo, for not dragging me down. I'm so sorry. I was too quick. I thought you weren't gonna take my hand because you wanted Lizzie to specifically take your hand. But no, you just wanted to put revenge on her.
Sorry.
What are the odds of that happening twice in a row? Oh, it was an accident? Wait, you thought they must be low. But there's no way Silo would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Silo felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite. Right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracts herself from the ground and wipes a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Silo got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. Before he made a journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damn, I was say, do our parents care about where we are? Late at night, this young as well? I guess I'm probably in a really safe area. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as the cold breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! We're back! Your mom's face is false, so can state you all were written. Raging from messy to soaked, they must be so confused and upset.
Now.
Yep. Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. He certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Silo? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something's wrong. I'm the youngest out of my siblings, so... yeah. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, Bucko. I'm glad you had a good day with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gone wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We don't want that cast to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested before being carried, but only got a very short pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk. Cliff. His name's Cliff. Night, Moon family. And Silo, too. Resigning to his fate, Cove twisted his body in the staffed arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, he waved back. Good night.
Fine.
Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up, too. Come on, everybody inside. I'll need to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much to the good tonight. Sitting on an old bench towel, your mommy had found you wait in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room and walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Silo would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Bills had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that Howland for once. Lizzie, being much more stoked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. It was just a no fun allowed cleanup session, at least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you had to go straight to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. 2 more. Okay, now I'm back. Again, I had to blow my nose. I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting to blow my nose here and there. It just happens. It's just too stuffy. You know what I mean? But now, Sandcastle. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. With you, him, and Silas sat out on the shoreline one bright morning. You could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with this cast. The waves washed a single sheltered shore, glittering in blue, and never reminded of the places he couldn't go. From what you heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about how this summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Silo and Lizzie and everyone else, and you could even go in the sea. His town wasn't bad, it had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you've grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else was the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. It could be anything out there, like mermaids.
Yeah.
I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Swimming might be fun, if you could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Swimming might be fun if you could, but it's not like there's anything we could do about it. Obviously I'm not interested in hearing much more of your unpleasant situation going through met to the water, but as he slipped away, something about Silo's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how'd you do it then? Silas' cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expensive stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. I never really made one before. I actually never made a sandcastle before.
Okay.
He put his hands back to his seashells and sands and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I'd like to get a house started. A house? Silo focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him guided the two of you through this process. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now. Like, make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I'll bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle.
Cool.
Cool. This is gonna be a house. Look Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make a house, a castle, a mansion. A castle. I like castles. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Stylo didn't sneak at miss as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before even attempted glancing at from where you built. It seems you got done so fast because you already searched around for extra decorations. Stylo had to grab most of the really interesting stuff, and Code had a lot of shells, but there were still options. The first thing he reached for was a red bottle cap, a blue seashell. Ooh, a green piece of sea glass. I was gonna put the seashell because it was blue and I love blue. Blue's my favorite color, but sea glass is super rare. Well, not rare, but I don't really see sea glass spoken about a lot. So you put in a funny place where it would take seconds. Well, it would take a second look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Stylo seemed super immersed, so you knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. You checked out Cove's sandcastle, you tried out to look, you checked out Stylo's sandcastle. Let me check out Cove's. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in the cast. He must have worked really hard. I wasn't even envisioning digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was taking with that doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. And the science was then broken. What's the top of yours, Stylo? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Stylo's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
That's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess I didn't see it. You should be an architect. Kinda looks like more like a worm. You should be an architect. You'd be good at it, Stylo. Stylo smelled about worm, and that was the current topic. Really? Well, really? I've heard my name is really. Richelle, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying the work. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Stylo quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey, Richelle, what did you do? This is my castle. Stylo didn't look so happy anymore. You both built? Oh no. I just wanted to build a castle because I like castles, Stylo. Don't overthink it. I actually forgot that Cove built a sand castle as well. You both built castles?
Yeah.
Aww.
That's neat. How you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If Sonic is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, you go. That was really sweet what you said to Stylo. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People do. My dad always says how everybody is their own man. A real individual. I don't think embrace, but no, Stylo, you're special. You need more encouragement.
Why?
Why not? Everyone else is... Nobody else is you. Stylo simply shook his head. I'm different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging in there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to the speech. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off, again there was another moment of silence. Silo shifted, and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. He didn't think he noticed that Silo was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Richelle? He waited to see if Silo would say what he wanted to, but when he didn't, he considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad taught him about people being unique. You were pulled from your foster care to continue.
Oh.
Well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Rochelle's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I was gonna say what happened. Silo frowned himself like he said. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset. You could still he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, but giving people their own turn to say things they want is important too. He stayed silent and let Cove finish his story. I think Silo wants to talk to. You stayed silent. I mean, Cove was talking first, and he should continue his story, and then Silo can talk. Silo could talk about stuff after, Silo could talk after Cove was done, because Cove did speak first. Silo could talk about stuff after Cove had the chance to share what he had planned on. When we moved here, they didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. He didn't even get a moving truck. They sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and went over to the front of your house when he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. Cove, that is so dangerous. You walked away from a place you didn't even know about. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. He stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Are you going to finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled. Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Okay. Why did you want to tell a story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. That's a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. You know what? Thank you for telling me. You're welcome. Even if not much happened, you weren't gonna complain about knowing a story. Silo's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Thank you, but I still asked this anyway. Why did you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Wow.
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the bench first, before he went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brow furrowed along where he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden was excited about the beach was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Silo fishing uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Silo? Yeah? Why are you always turning so red? Even when nothing is happening. Clearly startled, he jerks back. Neither you or Silo had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Wow, Cove. Okay. It's kind of weird. Silo's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. It's like, Cove, that was not nice. Keep inside thoughts as inside thoughts. Maybe it wasn't only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw. That was a big deal to Silo. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
It was probably just your dad bugging Richelle's family somewhere, because he didn't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Sorry about that. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in the way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing you'd get upset about, that you haven't ever known what kind of thing would bother Silo. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. You try to play on your own. Are we gonna build more? Never seen Mr. Sam. Let's build another sandcastle. The day's gonna be over soon. Richelle, you're right. The sun's going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Silo's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Silo's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least he tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Silo's smile when he said goodbye to Cove was wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Silo gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head back to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together towards the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes pumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up thinking about something. You ask him what he's thinking, you say silent. What he's thinking? The stomach was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask, Hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face.
Oh.
I was just wondering. Cove felt silent again for a few more seconds inside. Why'd Silo act like that when I said he was all red a lot? That was a bit rude. You were being rude to him. No, he was not just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know, it's just Silo. He gets embarrassed. You shouldn't have made fun of him. I wasn't. It sounded like you were to me. I didn't mean to. I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still somber. Hey, Richelle, was Silo telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left here was gonna say about his glasses and his name. That was uncalled for. He was just retaliating because he said something that was a bit rude and made him really embarrassed. His gaze left yours as he dug the soles of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? Your dad did pay me to be your friend, but I declined the money. I'm still surprised I have not told Cove this. I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled on your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Yep. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff to hang out with my family, but Silo shouldn't have said that. Besides, tell him about how his about how his dad offered you money. But I declined. Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah. I kind of had something that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wanted to turn away, but you kept your eyes on his as he spoke. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine. Cove was still listening, his expression was plain as before. He paused for a moment, wondering if he should really keep going. You didn't tell Cove what? Nope, you told him the full story. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Yep. Better now as ever. Like, imagine if I told him later on, and I kept it a secret. Oof. Your dad thought you might be lonely here, so he wanted me to be your friend. He said he'd give me $20 if I did. Cove was so still, he thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened. His mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another and your hands tensed up. Please say something. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows went up. No, he's gonna cry. Crinkling his forehead, he looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry and you were centering of it. I didn't take it. The money. I didn't want it. Honest. Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the stream, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers slipping down his cheeks. Cove, it's okay. You sat closer. You placed your hand on his head. You touched his shoulder. You stayed by him. You sat closer. You tried to reduce the distance between the two of you. But Cove shook his body from side to side, directing your presence.
No!
Go away! You flinched at the shout. As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable over the scene he was making, concerned for him, regret for telling him the money, bad about everything, concern. You didn't want Cove to be this upset, you just wanted to be honest. I did. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful, and you kept feeling worse every second. Stop being so loud. Please, don't cry. I'm sorry, Cove. You hugged him. He started crying too. I'm gonna hug him. You stepped up and tried to wrap your arms around him and hug. Cove squirmed away from you again, though ducking his head. It was a full rejection. You heard a door opening. You flinched, expected to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You decided to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peered out the door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but he wasn't entirely positive, though a kid crying is pretty distinct, and there are a lot of kids here. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he worn the first night you met Cove. Mr. Holmes didn't go down the steps. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of this house. He just jumped right over them, so into the right. He skipped to a stop before Cove bent down on one knee and solidly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands.
What's wrong?
Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwillingly to cough out an explanation. Next, taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He was asking if you made me hang out with him. You did, so... Again, sinuses, gosh. Ugh. He was asking if he made me hang out with him. He did, so I told Cove how he wanted to give me money to be his friend. As he spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled, deep, shaky breaths culminated to a grasp at your final words.
What?
Why? Why would you? He closed his mouth shut, shaking his head. He based his crying son again. No. It's my fault. I should have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing, when he next spoke. It wasn't part of the conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Richelle's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheek with fun. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, she stared at the little rectangle all adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. Money? It had been the source of all these problems. The wallet. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He unexpectedly retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by stubs, he was glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth.
Come on.
Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, and now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time. He questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. I do too. He had to use two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled itself as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrist and lowered them to Cove's side, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. Glowered. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old man likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still made you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hand as he continued. Richelle's smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. For the stream of crying tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. I love you, son. So much. than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scratching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. With his eyes open again, they were red and glossy, but there was no tears left on the principle of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed low when Cove stood out. He was securely pinned against the chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I get back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him directly. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. He sighed, eyes downcast. He felt weird that he'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. We couldn't make him feel better. Don't worry about it. Please, we don't need another tragedy today. He wrinkled and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistakes. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves that.
That's a relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. Hope you keep spending time with the boy. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. He caught to your head, and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared this feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. He decided to take it. He decided, I'm gonna save. I'm not, because I don't need it. He decided not to take it. Shaking your head, he pushed the note back to Cove. I don't need it, but I don't want it. You ran out of stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed farthy. Tapping his head, he gazed at the wise guess he pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bell from Cove and tore it right in two. You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at stores like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves, neither he reached for them. It still has value. As a keepsake. A memory. And that's one of the most valuable things you can spend. You can use money on.
So...
Goddamn right. That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Recklessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his hat. He took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature. The precise peaks and troughs of tear, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Mr. Holden stopped and stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat needs to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Have a good night. Thanks, Richelle. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home. The note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. And the final one, fireflies.
Alright!
Tonight we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese center. Ooh, macaroni and cheese. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, there you are. Are you... Oh, you are? Are you... Oh, you are you? Yeah, he started eating faster. He looked over at your moms. You wish you read around your plate. Yeah, that seems cool. You rock slightly from side to side in your seat, already excited from your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Moon? Silo tapped his forehead against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was so unusual for Silo to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your mom know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more things. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. Oh, yeah, I already said this. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Silo for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home watching TV was never an option for her with guests over, and that's why you're pretty sure she'd get your mom to agree.
Well,
It's already dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response.
There, there.
Oh, was I spooning it? Okay, that's fine. I thought Lizzie was doing it. I was like, well, doing puppy dog eyes. I was like, that's gross. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look. Then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheer, keeping your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Yeah.
Fine.
Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the puppies. Okay?
Duh.
Mom, that's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture the glowing light spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish your food first. No choking on the dinner table now. That's right. If someone died, we'd have to cancel the firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Silo did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still racing faster than she could. Elizabeth?
Jeez.
No one is going to die. Sheesh. I get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it over without even looking out the window to see who it was.
Huh?
You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Cove's slappy hat. Silas' slappy hat. Oh, Cove! Hi, you're here! Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. No! My dad told me to drop us off, 'cause I guess he borrowed it from you? Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great! Thanks! Bye-bye!
Thank you.
Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll get your dad a call to let you know that you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind
Hi.
her. Hi, Cove. Silo gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You can come outside with us if you want to. You aren't sure to say that. Are you going to catch fireflies with us? You see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she get over it. You hoped Cove would say yes. That way you wouldn't be the odd one out with Lizzie and Silo anymore.
Yeah.
I can do that. I never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance to pour it out. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must have not been anywhere he used to live. From anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove steps closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What do you have? Eggs? The clicked one-word answer seemed to discourage Silo from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back to the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As he polished the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Silo trailed so closely after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on the heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Silo by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, Richelle. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not gonna come? You tugged him along. You walked with him. You waved at him, sorry. You ran off. You walked with him. You fell behind, sliding up next to him, and matching his stride. You noticed right away.
It's okay.
You can go ahead, if you want. You smile and shake your head. I don't. After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Silo was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle.
Wow.
Silo took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Silo couldn't help but giggle. You and Silo couldn't help but giggle. You quietly looked on. You showed the bug away. You quietly looked on. You and Silo couldn't help but giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escapes you and Cove looked away at you in confusion. What? You gestured to his head, and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow.
Oh.
Look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Silo ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozen of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and you tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm and you tried to be cautious of that. You had 2 bandages on your hands and you tried to be cautious of that. You were good at not getting cuts and scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. A bandage? Probably on my thumb. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards him, arms outstretched. You closed your hand around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clasp his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the firefly you had. You made a joke about what happened. You did your own things. Hey, wanna see the one I got? Cove gave one more look in the direction of his lost prize before coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over the top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. You stayed very still. You pulled your hand back. Stay still. The last thing you wanted was to instantly scare the shiny treasure off. Oh, that's your shell neck. Oh, it was the puka shell neck. The bracelet. Aw. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He gently gasped. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Richelle. With a laugh, he gave... With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack before throwing an orchid lo-fi. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Oops. Sorry. You scolded him. You forgave him. You teared up. You forgave him. That's okay. I can't keep it forever.
You're right.
Right. Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decided to collect more inside to sit in the grass and watch. Sit in the grass and watch. I think I'll look at everything instead. That's fun too. Okay. He puts the tip of his shoe into the soft dirt. I'll try and get something for you. Then we can be even. With that, he made a run for it. You quietly took a seat amongst the flowers. The others were jumping and dashing all about. You saw how many times he succeeded and failed, how Silent almost tripped a couple times. Oh no. It was a dramatic show, though around you it was calm. The lights of the stars and fireflies surrounded you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched others as Silent finally managed to catch a firefly between his small hands. His eyes lit up, and when he spread his fingers to take a peek at it, the bug escaped and flew off into the air. Oh! You watched you pounce after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. You cheered him on, you scared him, you waited to see what happened. Cheered him on. You can do it, Cove! Cove smiled and you gave him a thumbs up, watching intently to see what happened next. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, he settled laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies swaying around you and the fireflies hovering against the vast sky. Richelle? You lifted your eyes to see Cove return to your side. His fist was carefully closed. He stretched it out to the front of your face. You noticed a small glow. Oh, he did it! You noticed a small glow coming from in between his fingers. I got one for you. Wow. What now? The hand disappeared up and over you. This. You could tell from how he moved in his face that there must be a firefly on top of your head now. He laughed and it probably flew off, you thought. That made you laugh more. Thanks, Cove.
Come on!
Richelle, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Silo. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Cove.
Hi, Cove. You can roll down the hill. You get to hurt your arm again. Oh, wait, hi. Hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You'll hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lydia pointed this out, Cove burst in praise. Oh, it was that kind of race. I clicked on it, I'm sorry. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. You get into position for the race. I'll save Cove. I'm gonna something else. I'll save him.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you don't have to. I feel bad. That's why. Like, he's just gonna watch, because I know he probably wants to do it as well. It's okay. I wanna watch. Also, I have a grass pollen allergy, so this whole rolling around in the grass is terrible. I already did it already with lying down. You moved beside him on top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made the face.
That's not how races work. We only need one referee.
Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing your hands in the air.
Fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not.
Lizzie moved to lay down, and Silo did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him.
Count down.
Cove stood up a little straighter, seeing like he was taking his newfound referee duty seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Go! Lizzie and Silas took off. Letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. Just you and Cove leaned forward to watch them go. I suppose for which of the two which reached the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Silo a huge advantage. She probably hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Silo reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly, threw his hands in the air.
I won!
Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out the bush she had ended up in, sputtering angrily and brushing leaves in the front of her dress.
Not bad. You got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in.
Ugh.
No!
You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. He caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't really matter anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which judged by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. And that, the summer ended. Yep. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mom's, Lizzie and Cove, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. Shrek. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. I did because I went to Cove. Neither did I. Oh, no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
Cause I know. This is what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear. There's all kind of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. He looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since he started to tone. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he did well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over.
The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play just a little longer? You have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You finally must probably dog, guys. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan to look at him. It is almost over. You tried to be subtle about your little mom, but you saw Mom look down at you from the corner and knew she heard. Yeah, it would be evil. Yeah, it would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair choice word, but not anyway. At times like this, you had to back each other up.
Please!
Oh, soon we'll have homework and reading to do. You can't do work now. Lizzie made her case and then stopped her foot onto the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add up to the argument. Well...
Now.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that they were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. He grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with his elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which she took as an agreement.
So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at times and trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground, or the fireplace would probably be coming out, right?
Don't I get saying this? You slightly made your own plans. You can't go too far. I'm going home. I've got my own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do. But what were you going to do? That's over to Code, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet?
That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on the hill and heading off in the direction your rabbits had gone. Where are you going?
I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most out of tomorrow.
You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was sprinting off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. You stayed with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as "follow me," and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something he quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back and then tossed it into the water. You weren't impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way into the sea. Oh, you were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out onto the sea. It was a good toss that was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but you didn't care to try for it. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back, almost right, after you tossed it. You're impressed. You can't skip rocks, and I can't. What are you doing? Oh, wait, no, I'm telling him that. You can't. No, he can skip rocks into the ocean. What are you doing? Let's bring on a rock. Besides to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet thunk a few feet and slipped down to the water. When you looked over at Cove, you didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking at his cast, scratching idly at his pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brow was furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I have to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When did he get it off? How'd you get it? Ooh, these are both good questions. How'd you get it? I was jet skiing. Really? That's not cool. You beamed at him. You've never gone jet skiing. That's true. I've only ridden a boat when I went to Egypt. But you've seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looks impressive. Cove was a little taken aback by your outburst, but after a second he gave a small nod. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He just his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're last jet ski.
Whoa.
So I was thinking, I'm not. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement. Like us with some topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You've only been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It can be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
Oh. You never had to move before, but you felt you could understand. It
If he had to go to a new school all of a sudden with all new people, he'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay. I'll see you later? Cove gave his head a small shake. No. I want to go home. Right, Cove had to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he'd bring up whenever he felt this sad. It hadn't been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down to the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. He felt a rush of relief relieved. He liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he would be miserable the whole time. If I asked Cove, like, this can be a new home, I feel like that's dismissing his feelings about missing home, because those are valid, and that is his home, that's where he grew up. But of course this is also now his new home too, and also he's like a kid. He's going through change, and I know some people don't like change, you know? You let him go here, be sad, I've been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. But I feel better then. It used to make me angry. I don't want to get used to everything. He spread a glance over at Cove and saw that anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all. As long as I do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember I can't see. You can remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You'd probably, you'd absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. I remember, I was really sad when I first went to, like, I think it was reception or nursery, I don't remember, but, like, I was sad when I had to leave my mom. Even though I went to schools with my sibling, we shared the same school with my sister, like, I was still sad, because I was very, very young. I guess this is the first time I was, like, detached from my parent. To listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you never met before. Things changing is hard. He holds his hand. I can. I'll make sure you do. I'm gonna hold his hand. You're not quite sure what to say, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hands, the one closest to you, the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that there were different tears than the ones from before. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring every let me read this again. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring everything. I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. There we go. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely tried to help, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't seen yet. Lost in thought, you stirred a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. It's the sound of your mom shouting your name.
You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately, okay. When he smiled, Cove returned with one of his own.
Thanks.
Richelle, thanks. It was nice when you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were going to be called forward, so the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Whee! You finally finished step 1, but let's read the in-between now. So, I'll do this, and then we're going to end stream very, very soon. Okay? What adolescence, childhood, young adult, we're older now, right? So, we're like tweens. So, yeah. Tweens. I will use this one, and then we're gonna do short hair, because that's what I had after this point. A short bob-ish kind of hairstyle, and the braid for the front. Still having brown hair. The white hair would be the next step, in my opinion. Choppy one I'm looking at, that's pretty good. Oh no, flowy one. Ooh, flowy one or choppy one? I think choppy one actually fits more. Or short. Medium. Yeah, okay, I got back. I think this was my hair, yeah. Still brown. And next, still have my birthmark. Still have... I did acne at this point, but I don't want to showcase that I had acne at this point. Let me have some, like, alterations. Also, you can see from the first change, from customization from the first step, in the second step, you have more stuff now. So besides glasses, you have earrings now, and you have lips with the addition of acne, like I said before. Earrings, I used to wear earrings. I wore like Hello Kitty earrings, but I couldn't wear them because they weren't real gold. And I think my ears have like completely closed up now, so they probably need to get pierced again, which I'm really scared to do actually. But I didn't wear any earrings, yeah. Glasses, I did start wearing glasses at this point. I was just thinking, do they have the type of glasses I wore here? But I don't wear glasses all the time, but they don't, so I'll just leave it. I had fake lips. Freckles, nope, no. Accessory types, braces. I got braces later on, actually. Never dresses from this point because it's like teenager era. This is when the pants and the shirts started to clock in during this point. Still wear bracelets. Yeah. That's all? That's all? Now, do I have a crush now on... Actually, probably, yeah, I would. Because because this is what we were talking about. I would be relaxed still, though. I think the nervousness would come later on. Yeah, I have a relaxed crush. This makes sense. Customization. Customize Cove. Choose Customize Cove yourself. Let his prior experiences determine it. I'm gonna save here. Where the hell am I? Here. 38. Remember, guys, 38 for me. And Customize Cove. Neither. I'm just gonna see what happens. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groans and complains the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove could be staying in Sunset Bread for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what he did to pass the time as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as he got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in me. Blah blah blah. But other times, as he got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, he thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with him. Spend time with Cove. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you'd hope that you could help him feel But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room have been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other things too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird seeing that initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that sneaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove's probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he'd become more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to others. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Silo, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talks about Silo anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. He still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting Sonic knew and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remembered calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old with the word. Lizzie felt too mature for a nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of.
You rarely saw her around the older neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Oof, can't relate, unfortunately. If you have siblings, you can relate, especially if you're like the youngest. But I can understand from perspective of like she's older, she wants to do her own thing. But sometimes it like backhands onto other siblings of like, you don't want to hang out with me anymore. You think you're too cool for me now because you want to impress your friends. Societal pressures sometimes as well. Just Elizabeth instead associated more involved with girls from school who were her own age. Yeah. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15. No, it's not. 13 is 2 years. You were 2 years younger than her. 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop out in a neighborhood now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed celebrating your time off by sleeping in. I don't know if I'm going to read the second option, because the first one is me. Definitely, I am not a morning person, even though I've been streaming throughout the night to the point that it is morning now. It was hot, but you still had to blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. Oh my gosh, Elizabeth, you really are grown up now. And you look a little bit bitchy. But anyway, you're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. Go away. You pretend to still sleep. You pretended to still be asleep. You got up. You started to make snore loudly. Morning. You pretended to still be asleep. You stayed wrapped up in your blankets, not moving an inch, with your eyes closed peacefully. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Come on! I know you heard me. Get up now. I'll come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He bought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. He did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come down already. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great, I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. This would be me. I'll be there when I am there. Okay? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and left, having done what she was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Speaking of which, I need to speak about the room change. I'll speak about when these go down, but your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably. You're average. There's a lot of... No, I was like one of the tallest girls in my class when I was younger. It was super weird. I think I am still tall for a girl though, but I don't think I'm the tallest. Like the average height here in the UK, I think it's 5'5" or 5'6", and I am like a little taller than that. I think I'm like 5'7", 5'8", maybe 5'9". I haven't really checked. Cove tended to be the only person around who was even taller, at least among teens your own age. Oh, no, I was talking about the room. You liked your height. Yeah, I did. I'll say, we still have the window, our bed near the window now, pouring in. Now it's much bigger. We are clustering stuff in the corner, nice. We now have a pinup board and a lamp. I also have a lamp. We have a coral picture. Oh, it's snorkeling here. I was like, what is that? We have a dirty clothes basket, that's good. We have a computer. We have, I'm guessing a PC. We have also a table lamp, a clock, really old clock, old school. Some more books seem to be more organized. We also have like a nice chair and a stool, a little stool. But yeah, it suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they'd been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. I wonder what he looks like. Step 2. Second chance. You spot her mom first. We're gonna end when we see what Cove looks like, by the way. I know, I'm so sorry, guys. You spot her mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursuing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, she does look older a little, but her hair's in a bun now. Good morning, Richelle. Thank you for coming down. Ma is at the door of Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house, just as she said. Ma was there making conversation. I just can't wait what he looks like. Ma, because again, it's just based on the choices I made. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder. Purple hair.
Oh.
You look nice with the purple hair. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward, and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes despite being big for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You slid your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. But my hair. Not gonna be so ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. You're the last one down today. You know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was going to stay longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? Life isn't a
Funny.
race. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma steps aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. I wonder, he looks so cute! Shut up, his little pal! Aww. He leans uncomfortably to the side of your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. That was really a nice fruit basket. Made fruit bouquet? At first glance, he figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then he gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. He had to suppress a laugh at the showing. He couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. This is just friends to lovers the game, and I love it. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he would left here, Mr. Holden would keep going on his way to be neighborly, and Cove would be roped into participating. But at the sight of you, Cove smiled. There was some nervousness from it. Hey. He smiled back. Couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove, and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You too. And this is where we're gonna end up today. I know, guys, I'm sorry, but I've been streaming for what now? For like 3 hours? Almost 4 hours now? Sheesh. I've done a lot. No, it has been 4 hours now. 4 hours and a bit. But thank you to everyone that dropped by, who even lurked, who viewed the stream, who looked at my tweets. Sorry for the scuff in the beginning, but the more times I stream, the more I definitely get used to it, and I'm getting better at it. I don't know when the next stream will be, but I'll stream whenever I can as possible, because I still have my own duties in the real world to handle. But remember, this is such a good game. I love playing it. As I said before, it's really friends to lovers, and I love that trope, even though people like to
dog pile on that trip saying it's boring and there's not any stakes for it. I can go on a rant about that another day. But Cove's really sweet, and I can't wait to see where this goes further on with each step as we grow up together and alongside each other. Because it's just really sweet. I also love how my choices also interact with what personality or what look Cove has. I think that's really cool as well. And I can't wait to see what happens further on the story, because I only played a little part of this last year summer. Remember to check out GBPatch games. All their links are in the description. My links are also in the description, and I'll see you guys on another day, another time. And I hope you all are doing well, and that you get good sleep, good food, you are hydrated, you have a good morning, a good evening, a good afternoon, and a good night, wherever you are. And I hope I'll see you when the moon rises once again. Bye bye, everyone!